Eso. ¿Cómo están? Muy buenas tardes. Sean todas y todos bienvenidos. Es un privilegio contar el día de hoy con la presencia del doctor Martín Borowski, quien es un referente, es un tratadista muy reconocido en materia de derecho constitucional y sobre todo de derechos fundamentales en cuanto hace al tema de restricciones, el derecho a la igualdad y particularmente estudios de ponderación y proporcionalidad de los derechos. Yo le comentaba a Nulso que es un distinguido constitucionalista y bueno, discípulo del profesor Borowski, que hace 10 años leí un texto intitulado Derechos Fundamentales y ahí me atrapó el planteamiento tan didáctico, pero también tan profundo del profesor Borowski en cuanto a entender la naturaleza de los derechos fundamentales, sus límites y alcances, y sobre todo cómo justifica precisamente que los derechos humanos son derechos de naturaleza moral y que requieren necesariamente una positivización en marcos regulatorios. En ese momento, cuando está en una constitución o instrumentos jurídicos, los derechos se vuelven exigibles, se vuelven vinculantes y efectivamente lo que plantea, entre otras cosas, de manera muy clara el doctor Borowski es cómo nuestros instrumentos jurídicos deben reconocer de manera adecuada esos derechos para que sean plenamente garantizados y exigibles. De igual manera, este libro, que es Elementos Esenciales de la Dogmática de los Derechos Fundamentales, plantea de manera magistral cómo en Alemania se ha desarrollado una serie de derechos, sobre todo, y lo que platicará el día de hoy el doctor, el derecho a la igualdad, y la rica jurisprudencia que tiene el Tribunal Constitucional de Alemania en ese y en otros temas. Parece que es de mucho provecho para todas y todos tener la presencia del doctor Bowski, que nos dará una conferencia. Posteriormente, la doctora Elisa Franco, que no requiere presentación, profesora de nosotros, hará unos comentarios sobre precisamente en torno a la charla del doctor Borowski. Y la idea, que esto al final de cuentas es una especie de seminario, ustedes puedan intervenir, plantear sus dudas, sus comentarios. Habrá una traductora, mi alemán no es muy bueno, my German is very good, but, pero sí, no, pero para que puedan plantearlo y se le hagan la traducción al doctor Bowski y se genere un diálogo de manera fluida. Sin más, welcome, ITESO, Profesor.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I shall say when I deliver my speech and then sit down for the discussion. Hello? Yeah? Okay, good, good. Yeah, thank you very much. First, I have to apologize. I do not speak Spanish. So I will deliver my presentation in English. I'm German. This is not my first language, but it is, so to speak, a functional medium, let me say this. First, I'm grateful for having been invited here by ITESO to outline some key aspects of equality rights. Equality rights is my topic here today. There will be a discussion after my presentation, as far as I understand. And if what I say attracts your interest beyond presentation and discussion, there is a rather detailed and comprehensive chapter on equality in the second edition of this edited collection, Elementos Essentiales, which Dr. Marcus kindly just presented to you, so to speak, he showed it to you. And the book has recently been published, so this is, so to speak, also in writing there in a more comprehensive form. I can't present everything here today, so it's a shorter version here. To begin with, actually, I shall distinguish equality rights from two other kinds of international human rights or constitutional rights, other kinds, namely negative rights or liberty rights, the first kind, on one hand, and positive rights or constitutional entitlements on the other. If the state interferes with an individual's liberty, and if this interference cannot be justified according to the relevant formal and substantive criteria for such justification, this liberty is violated. This is to say that the state was under a constitutional obligation to refrain from this interference in the first place. Liberty rights are obligations to omit interferences, hence negative rights, obligations to omit something. By contrast, positive rights or constitutional entitlements are obligations to positive action by the state. Now, it is important to see that there are different kinds of positive rights depending on the undergirding reason and the kind of positive action to be performed. To mention only two important kinds of positive rights, there are liberal positive rights, according to which the state may, under a constitutional obligation to protect one of the citizens against harmful influences stemming from other citizens, criminal law, for example. Namely, rights to protection. In German, grundrechtliche Schutzpflichten. Such liberal positive rights are part and parcel of a reconstruction of the horizontal effect or Drittwirkung of constitutional and international human rights taken together with liberty rights. So these liberal positive rights play a big role in German law. I think this is different in the United States constitutional doctrine, where state action doctrine actually limits on this. So there's definitely a difference here on that count. Good. The second kind of positive rights are socio-economic rights. For example, rights to be provided with food, healthcare, housing, and the like. While liberal rights typically result in prohibitions of certain behavior of certain citizens, socio-economic rights require significant economic redistribution. This is to say that even if a liberal positive rights and socio-economic rights share the same fundamental structure as positive rights, the arguments on behalf of them and against them exhibit quite a different nature. At any rate, from the structural point of view, the legal consequence of a positive right is typically an obligation to perform a certain positive action on the part of the state. Against the backdrop of this fundamental distinction between negative rights and positive rights, the question arises whether equality rights are either negative rights or positive rights. And the answer is they are neither nor. They are a third and different kind of constitutional rights. This will be explained in what follows. Because there are two fundamentally different cases, categories, I should say, of equality cases, unequal interference and unequal subsidy. One might be tempted to argue that there are cases in which equality rights give rise to obligations to omit certain interferences. For example, let us assume that person A is imprisoned for expressing her political opinion, while person B expresses the same political opinion in comparable circumstances and does not get imprisoned. Differential treatment. Obviously, person A will claim to having been treated unequally compared to person B. The legal consequence of equality rights in our case involving expression of opinion, seen from the standpoint of person A, would be omitting the interference, being imprisoned. So the other person was not imprisoned. I do not want to be imprisoned either. This would be the idea, and this looks like a negative right. One would, however, just as justified in claiming that equality rights are positive rights. Let us assume that person A gets a certain subsidy for installing an environmentally friendly heating system. In Germany, this is more an issue than in Mexico, as I can see here in the Mexican winter compared to the German winter, where I came from freezing temperatures yesterday here to Mexico. So we need heating systems. And this means nowadays fossil fuel. So this is a climate change problem. Now, let us assume there is this context, and that for installing a kind of environmentally friendly heating system, you get a tax exemption. Because you do something that is good for the climate, you get a tax exemption, let's say 10,000 euros. Heatings are expensive in Germany, so this would be only part of this investment. A tax exemption. And B has a heating system that uses fossil fuels, harmful, and then gets no subsidy. This is the idea of this subsidy, right? Here, person A will claim to having been treated unequally compared to person A. Person B also wants to have the subsidy. He's claiming an obligation on the part of the state to a positive action, extending the subsidy, also handing out the subsidy to him, positive action. These two examples, and the list could be longer, demonstrate that equality rights can give rise, depending on the kind of case at hand, either to an obligation to omit or an obligation to perform a positive action. Both is possible. It is, however, characteristic of equality rights that a comparison must be made. The comparison thing is the important thing. A comparison of persons or groups of persons. Equality rights are relational in nature. You claim some treatment because some other person or group of persons was treated in a certain sense. You say, basically, me too. I want not the interference, I want the subsidy too. And if you have siblings, actually grew up with brothers or sisters, this is something that actually has given you a very colorful memory, probably, of equality issues, which are justice issues. Yeah. In the typical constellation of justifying differential treatment, you need a generic term, genus proximum, and criteria for distinction, differentia specifica. For example, for the governmental subsidies for environmental friendly heating systems for buildings, genus proximum is heating systems for buildings, and the criterion for distinction is environmentally friendly or not. If friendly, subsidy; if not, no subsidy. This is the point. The constitutional principle in Germany of the protection of the environment, Article 20A Basic Law, may well justify that environmentally friendly heating systems attract this governmental subsidy, while environmentally harmful heating systems do not. This is at least an arguable result. The definitive answer depends on, of course, the precise circumstances of the case. By contrast, assessing claims stemming from liberty rights does not necessarily require a comparison of persons or groups of persons, and the same applies to the positive rights, liberal and social economic rights I mentioned in a couple of minutes ago. And in this sense, equality rights are different from liberty rights and positive rights. What is more, liberty and equality are in principle independent arguments. There will be some outline of this in what follows, although there are connections, as we shall see. Good. Now, turning to equality rights, I shall outline what I call the general doctrinal structure, with emphasis on the structure of equality rights according to the case law of the German Federal Constitutional Court. This is, so to speak, my background, and whether this is useful in other contexts is obviously for you to decide, not for me. But the idea is to, so to speak, present this to you, and then you decide for yourself whether this is helpful for your debates or not. Equality represents one of the most fundamental values in morality and law. Clear cases of discrimination, gross violations of equality, typically meet with strong and unanimous condemnation. While simple intuition is basically enough in obvious cases of violations, a great many cases are not, however, such clear cases of obvious violations. Equality boasts of various aspects, which complicates the matter further. Every theory of justice, be it explicitly or merely implicitly, embraces a certain conception of equality. You can't avoid the question. Different attempts at characterizing equality from a philosophical perspective has been made, but our standpoint is jurisprudential. They may play a certain role in our considerations because legal instruments for the protection of human rights, international or national, objectively lay claim of transforming human rights as moral rights into the law. So there's a connection between law and morality, which is on one side obvious, on the other side somewhat dangerous, because it opens the law to possible uncertainty. Okay, but this is how things are. What legal instruments should exist and how they should be interpreted depends also on what is morally correct. And the existence, just like mentioned even, seconds ago, is contested, what moral rights do exist. And so is their content, which is to say that we need a good bit. Now it becomes, so to speak, coming from the philosophical side to the law side of things. We need authoritative cognition. We basically need statutes, constitutions, and courts, creating legal certainty. And this is the argument from cognition on behalf of transforming human rights as moral rights into the law. The second argument of moving from morality to law, institutionalized forms of what is essentially still morality, I would argue, is the argument from effective protection. Because morality as such does not provide for enforcement by means of state coercion. We need the form of law, legal instruments for effective protection of fundamental interests of the individual. Good. Before now engaging with theoretical reconstruction, we shall have a look at constitutional provisions recording equality rights in and provisions in international pacts and conventions. And this is actually quite interesting. It looks a bit, to be honest, chaotic at the outset if you look into these provisions, but I think there is some order in this kind of family. And provisions, as we know as lawyers, are the starting point of interpretation. It would be quite dubious not to start from provisions. Obviously, the starting point for the German Constitutional Court are the provisions of the German Constitution and the European Convention recording equality rights. There are in the German Constitution several provisions on equality rights, and it is not obvious to arrive at a consistent and coherent interpretation from the outset. But there is also, there are other instruments, conventions in particular. List could be longer, but I will leave it with that here. Provisions typically found in international human rights instruments in the European and the American Convention on Human Rights. In Germany, the key provision is Article 3, which reads paragraph 1, all persons shall be equal before the law. You have that also in the American Convention. Then paragraph 2, men and women shall have equal rights. The state shall promote the actual implementation of equal rights for women and men and take steps to eliminate disadvantages that now exist. And now this is equality of results as opposed to equality of treatment, which is something that will be taken up in the later parts of my presentation. Yeah, and these are the main provisions. There's Article 3, sorry, I nearly forgot that. No person shall be favored or disfavored because of sex, parentage, race, language, homeland and origin, faith, or religious or political opinions. No person shall be disfavored because of disability. So you find here some very traditional criteria which cannot be used as a constitutional determination, so to speak, as a criteria for distinction. And this is something that is very prominent in international human rights law. Good. So the German system provisions recording equality rights in the Constitution basically contains the general right to equality in Article 3, paragraph 1. This plays a big role. And the prohibition of discrimination on certain grounds in Article 3 basic law. I hasten to add that there are some other special equality rights in the basic law. There's also federal equality and all these kind of things. I shall not comment on this here today. Now, it is telling to compare these two main German provisions, the provisions on the general right to equality and the right to non-discrimination on the other, with typical provisions in legal instruments at the international level. And here you find actually a striking similarity between the German Constitution and the American Convention, interestingly. A typical provision in a convention is the provision of discrimination in the enjoyment of convention rights, kind of list of criteria which you shall not use. And this is something that is actually the only provision in the European Convention of Human Rights, Article 14. And there is a protocol which doesn't change that dramatically, I would argue. There's no German counterpart on such accessory prohibition of discrimination. It means it's only in the enjoyment of convention rights. And this is what makes this prohibition accessory. This is rather limited. Now, then there are prohibitions on discriminations on certain grounds with an eye to any right set forth by law. This is the European Protocol, Article 1 of Protocol 12. There's no explicit counterpart in the American Convention, as far as I know. In the German system, there's Article 3.3, the list of suspicious grounds for a differential treatment. Now, the German provision, which is interesting, and we need to circumvent this to a certain extent, the German provision provides an exhaustive list of prohibitions of grounds of discrimination. And the phrase, or any other status, that is at the end of the other lists of criteria, Article 1, Protocol 12 in the ECHR, this indicates that the list of prohibited grounds of discrimination is not exhaustive. So if the views in morality, for example, change, you might add grounds to this provision, which is not possible in the German system. Good. Now, the general right to equality, there is the German provision, which is systematically very important here. And this has two dimensions: equality before the law and equal protection of the law. Equality before the law means equal application of the law, that the law is equally applied, notwithstanding differences. And this first dimension is addressed to the executive and the judiciary, because they apply the law. Now, this does not apply to the legislator, because the legislator makes the law. Well, in applying the Constitution, actually, if you have a Kelsenian hierarchical structure in mind, which I think you should, but mainly the lawmaker is making laws, as its name says. The second dimension is equal protection of the law, which is addressed to the legislative branch of government. In Article 24 of the American Convention records actually both dimensions, which is modern, although with the peculiarity that the both dimensions are linked by the word consequently, and consequently implies something which I think is not very convincing here. These are just two different dimensions. So they are both there, but they are not linked in the sense. But this is, I think, a minor point only. Now, the European Convention of Human Rights, which I think is a problem, has no provision recording the general right to equality. And the wording of the German provision, the wording, I should say, records only equality before the law, the first dimension. So taken literally, this would mean no equality requirements for the German parliament, which is systematically less than convincing, to make the understatement of the day, if not the week. The typical provisions on equality rights in different legal instruments. Now, this is a bigger point, and this could be extended to more provisions. The typical provisions cannot be compared just mechanically. As we have seen, this is the moral background idea, every convention or constitution seen on its own lays claim on to transforming human rights as moral rights into the law, and to do this comprehensively. I think this is an important point. Where there are gaps in provisions in legal instruments for the protection of human rights compared to positive and or critical morality, the idea of human rights demands that this gap is closed. There ought to be, and usually will be, what I shall call completion by means of interpretation. In that sense, bills of rights with rather few typical provisions, such as the German Constitution and the American Convention of Human Rights, may end up with protection of equality rights that is just as comprehensive as a system with a greater number of typical provisions. More provisions does not always mean more protection. This is my point. The focus in the remainder of this presentation will be on the characteristics of the legal doctrine regarding equality rights. What is prima facie required by the provisions on equality rights? What are the limits of the scope? What counts as an interference? Which interferences can be justified? Which formal and substantive criteria are relevant for such justifications? What are the similarities with and what are the differences compared to liberty rights and positive rights? Now, I'm firing out these questions like a machine gun. And this is, so to speak, just an idea what is now coming. And this unfolds the idea of the distinction between the scope of the right and the justification of interferences with the protected area in the scope. It's, so to speak, the European tradition of constitutional rights, which has no counterpart in the First Amendment and the case law on the First Amendment, as we know. Good. In the first decades under the German Basic Law from 1949, middle of the 20th century, liberty rights were front and center. In many seminal decisions, the German Constitutional Court developed the basic scheme of assessing claims stemming from liberty rights, with the crucial distinction of protected area, Schutzbereich, interference, Eingriff, and the justification of the interference, verfassungsrechtliche Rechtfertigung. There are formal criteria for justification, for example, required by law, cannot be done by the executive on its own decision, required by law, and substantive criteria, most importantly, the principle of proportionality in its broader sense with the balancing requirement. By contrast, equality rights were developed in a less spectacular fashion later, but evolved constantly and eventually into a true workhorse for the court. Judges love equality rights because it gives them a great deal of flexibility, which may be a good thing, it may be not. This is something, of course, which needs critical evaluation, but this is, so to speak, the property that we find here. A great many decisions of the German court were and are based on the general right to equality, Article 3, Paragraph 1, Basic Law. The court's so-called new formula from 1980, not that new anymore, I admit, but still called the new formula, which points to balancing, permits a sliding scale of the intensity of review, which in turn creates a great deal of flexibility for the court. Just as all constitutional courts, all equality rights in the German Constitution are binding for all three branches of government and provide subjective rights for the individual. Legal positions that can be enforced before the courts, before ordinary courts, and if needs be, by means of constitutional complaint before the German Federal Constitutional Court, which is a distinct constitutional court, unlike a Supreme Court system I think you have here in Mexico and in the US. Systematically, the idea of a general right to equality with a broad scope in the equality dimension runs parallel to what is, in the liberty dimension, a general right to liberty in the German Constitution. Article 2.1, Basic Law. According to Günther Dürich's in the 1950s system, going back to the writings of the most prominent scholar Günther Dürich, there is a matrix of first, special liberty rights, second, the general liberty right, third, special equality rights, and fourth, the general equality right. So liberty before equality, special rights before general rights. This is what every first year law student in Germany has to learn as a kind of structure for assessing claims stemming from the Constitution. By contrast to liberty rights, where usually special rights such as free speech, privacy, religious freedom, freedom of assembly, and the like, rather than the general right to liberty takes center stage, so more special rights in focus, the general right to equality plays a much greater role in the dimension of equality. And so my focus will be much on the general right to equality. that has repercussions for the prohibition of discrimination, but this is, so to speak, too much stuff to cover this today. This could be something up to follow-up questions or on another occasion. The strategy in what follows reflects now the attempt in German constitutional theory and German constitutional law to transfer the basic scheme of assessing claims stemming from liberty rights, distinguishing protected area, interference, justification, with formal criteria and substantive criteria, my machine gun questions, to transfer this to equality rights. And this is done, so to speak, by the community. This is not a specific idea by me. And I argue that such transfer is by and large possible and beneficial, with the caveat, if understood properly, of course. While some constitutional rights are reserved for German nationals, which creates problems with an eye to European Union law and Germany's international obligations, everyone is the holder of the general right to equality, which includes every natural person and every private organization based in Germany. So we have no issue in actually seeing companies, for example, private companies as holders of constitutional rights. There's no problem with that. Parts of the state, such as townships or cities, or even states in the federal system, can generally not base claims on constitutional rights, for the state is the addressee, not the holder of constitutional rights. Of course, the issue of equal treatment may well arise in the relation between and among parts of the state. I mentioned federal equality already, or equality between and among political parties before and in elections, so there needs to be neutral treatment by the state. And this equality dimension is, however, an issue for other provisions of the German constitution, and this is not something I shall explore further here. Mutatis mutandis, there are structures that can be applied there too. While the wording of Article 3, paragraph 1, general right to equality, may be taken to suggest that only equality before the law, I mentioned this in the context of the provisions, Rechtsanwendungsgleichheit is provided for. It was the clear intent of the Parliamentary Council, the Committee for the Deliberation on Germany's Federal Constitution after World War II in 1948, 1949, that also the legislator is committed to equality, so that equal protection of the law, Rechtsetzungsgleichheit, is also fully embraced. The wording is simply misleading. As lawyers, we know wording is the start of interpretation, but it can be misleading. And the German Constitutional Court immediately accepted that. Academic literature did this too. Equality before the law is addressed to the executive, and the judiciary is realized also through the commitment to statutes and regulations anyway. If law is applied properly, then it's, so to speak, automatically applied in an even-handed fashion. So in some sense, this is declaratory, you might argue. It becomes relevant in cases in which there is discretion for administrative or judicial organs empowered to apply the law. Even though equality before the law is a systematically important layer of equality and should not be undervalued, nowadays most practical problems arise in the context of equal protection of the law, of the legislator's commitment to equality. One of the most fundamental issues in interpreting equality rights in the Constitution or in international instruments is the complexity arising from the fact that equality can now refer to either acts or results. There's a fundamental tension inside equality here. Equality refers to acts if and when equality is understood as even-handed treatment. So just to speak, hand out the same treatment to everyone, even-handed treatment. The core function of the general right to equality is to provide for the right to even-handed treatment by the government. For there are limiting reasons for even-handed treatment imaginable. Remember the example of subsidies for environmental friendly heating systems. The right is not an absolute right, rather it is a prima facie right, which is amenable to limitation and balancing. And then you do the proportionality test in some sense. By contrast, equality refers to results, if and when the government acts to establish a state of equal results. Now, a hypothetical example, let us assume that children of wealthy parents are more likely to succeed in study at university compared to children of poor parents. This may be taken to mean that there is no true equality of opportunity with an eye to study at university. One may well assume that there is a constitutional obligation on the part of the state to arrive at equal results. There can be discussion about this, but this is what many people say, to a certain extent at least. This requires that measures of promoting equal results are put in place. For example, means-tested scholarships would be one obvious example, or other forms of financial subsidy. One may, of course, argue whether and to what extent there is such constitutional obligation, because this costs money. Money needs to be raised by taxes. So in redistribution, you have to interfere with people's liberty rights and property, so to speak. And this obviously, there are limits to what can be done on that front. Good. Now, if one assumes at least a certain extent of that obligation, it is clear that differential treatment is now required. Now, differential treatment is what is necessary to arrive at equal results, which of course runs counter to the idea of even-handed treatment. So in achieving one benefit, you have costs on some other side, very obviously. Because the subsidies are only awarded to the children of poor parents, while rich parents get nothing. This is the whole point. Otherwise, the differences might not vanish fully. Good. Now, this is to say that there is a typical tension between factual and legal equality. From the constitutional point of view, the question is whether I would say also factual equality is a requirement of the general right to equality, the constitutional right. There are voices in the German debate that such a requirement is only a requirement of the constitutional principle of the social state. So to speak, it's not a right, but it's a kind of objective constitutional principle, which in terms of content doesn't really change much. Then it isn't a right, you can have a constitutional complaint, but it doesn't really say something about the weight of the economic redistribution. At any rate, even those who assume that factual equality is an element of the general right to equality, the constitutional right, then admit that equal treatment, legal equality, typically has much higher weight compared to equal results, factual equality. At least in German constitutional theory, there is a strong presumption in favor of legal equality, of even-handed treatment compared to factual equality. Even though some place, so to speak, is there for equal results. Now, this kind of tension creates also a problem on the side of the interference. Because the interference with the constitutional right always refers to a certain principle that undergirds that right. For example, that assuming that person A wants to join a peaceful political demonstration and police prohibits A from doing so, there was a principle, there was an interference with the principle of freedom to assembly. Now, one principle, interference with a principle, this is the interference. Now, what happens if you have a constitutional right with two principles that, so to speak, automatically and in near all cases compete? Then the kind of interference becomes something weird, and yeah, this is the problem that, so to speak, the two principle reconstruction of the scope that creates here on the side of the interference. From the point of view of the principle of legal equality, differential treatment is the interference. From the point of view of the limiting reasons, factual equality, actually the even-handed treatment would be the interference. So in some sense, you always, whatever you do, you have an interference. And this sounds a bit strange, but it's a consequence of that two-principle solution of the general right to equality. Good. Now, what to do here? Because legal equality, even-handed treatment, is the core of the general right to equality, the most plausible answer is to say that differential treatment counts as an interference, because this is the main thing, so to speak. To be sure, because of the plurality principles provided for by the general right of equality, a comprehensive answer would have to be more complex. It's actually even more complex. I leave this out here, but it's in the written essay in the book. The German Constitutional Court also says there is a prima facie right of treating different things differently as part of the general right to equality. But this is a problem, I think, and this is not really convincing. Good. Now, justification. Scope, interference, justification. It counts as a necessary condition for the justification of interferences with liberty rights that the interference is required by law. And this means a decision of parliament. The important decisions with an eye to interferences need to be taken by the democratically legitimate parliament, not by the executive or the judiciary alone. In German constitutional law, this is provided for or authorized by parliamentary statute. This is Gesetzesvorbehalt, of those of you who are familiar with German doctrine, Gesetzesvorbehalt. And the parliamentary statute also has to conform to the Wesentlichkeitstheorie. Yeah, and the on first glance surprising thing is that the parliamentary statute justifying an interference with the individual's liberty must be, so to speak, fully constitutional from on the formal side of things. So even if a German parliamentary statute is unconstitutional because the rights of the state level in legislation was violated, of course, this is not the right of the individual. The individual is not the state in legislation, so to speak. Then if this is, so to speak, only formally unconstitutional, the interference with the individual's right is not justified. So for that reason alone, it would count as a violation of an individual's constitutional right if the law that provides the formal justification for the interference is, so to speak, objectively unconstitutional. And this is what we call the formal protection effect of constitutional rights, even, so to speak, requirements that are not specifically intended for the benefit of the citizen can give rise to the violation of the constitutional right, the formal protection effect, formelle Schutzwirkung. This is known from liberty rights. Now, whether the general right to equality also has this formal protection effect is unclear. We are still discussing the issue. Probably not. Okay, but this is for another day. And we have basically the same problem because we have such a wide scope of the general liberty right and the general equality right too, to have very strict requirements on the formal protection effect run, so to speak, counter this wide scope. You can only have one thing, strong formal protection or a wide scope. And the wide scope is important for proportionality assessment, so I would prefer the wide scope and not actually insist on a strong formal protection. Good, so I would argue for a wide scope with less formal protection. Some of my German colleagues would strongly disagree, but they are not here today, so I just continue with other points. Proportionality and balancing provide the structure for the substantive justification of differential treatment. And I should emphasize that to arrive at a decision on a claim stemming from the general right to equality, we need both structure and normative premises. Normative premises that need concretization for the case at hand. And proportionality as a structure, this is my point, can never as such justify these normative premises. They are external to proportionality. So proportionality is actually, as a structure, relatively neutral. It is often seen as some kind of liberal thing with liberty has some kind of special weight compared to state interests. But to be honest, this is so general at such a high abstract level that it becomes rather meaningless for deciding concrete cases. And I would be careful, so to speak, not to overestimate these things. And in a liberal state, you have some kind of liberal assumptions in proportionality assessment. In states that are not liberal, proportionality assessment doesn't have these liberal elements. I think these are, so to speak, things you can distinguish, which is not to say that I don't mind which kind of normative premises you prefer. This is, of course, a debate we have to have, but to some extent, proportionality as a structure shouldn't really be targeted by those who think that this is, so to speak, necessarily connected to some strong normative premises, which it is not. It is a structure. And we need to understand the structure, then to understand which premises we need to justify things, and then have a debate about these premises as open and thorough as possible. Good. With an eye to constitutional history, briefly, it should be mentioned that proportionality analysis was developed in the 19th century in Germany in the context of interferences with liberty in administrative law. Some people say in the debate Robert Alexi invented proportionality, which is nonsense. It came from practice. It was, so to speak, seen as a necessity that you need some of these structures in legal practice. And why in administrative law? Because administrative law is where state force, so to speak, meets the citizen. This is where the interference of the state becomes obvious and visible, and you feel it. And this is why it was developed in administrative law. In Prussia, actually, which has brought bad things about Germany, but I think it still developed some good things. During the first 3 decades under the German Basic Law, before the Weimar Constitution, the Empire Constitution, it was not a constitutional problem. It was not perceived as part of constitutional law. Even in the Weimar Constitution, were kind of small steps to that. And then there came this horrible Nazi regime, basically destroying everything that was developed over German constitutional history over centuries, was destroyed in months. It's heartbreaking to see that, so to speak, from a liberal democracy perspective, how quickly this degraded into this horrible regime, which did all these kind of horrible human rights violations. So in constitutional law, it's actually new, and it was developed in Germany by the German Constitutional Court without theoretical undergirdings. They did this, but didn't know why they did this and whether this was rational or not to some extent. And actually then Robert Alexi came in the 1980s and created this kind of reconstruction of proportionality. And then this is not an official admission, but many constitutional court judges in Germany said, well, yes, this is what we meant, actually. So this was a critical reconstruction that was developed there. Now, and this is now, it has been established, and it is an export. Hit is probably a bit too colloquial, but it's a very prominent structure in comparative constitutional law, and it developed into international law in free trade, market freedoms, for example. Proportionality plays a role. International human rights law, it plays a role at all different levels. I think it's a relatively convincing structure, and it's now established, has been established for many decades. But now, usually as applied to liberty rights or to market freedoms with some specialities in which we will not delve down to here. What has this to do with equality? And there are still some German colleagues who say equality and proportionality is a wrong idea. You all get it wrong. It's something completely different. I disagree. And actually, again, this is why I started this chapter at this point. Again, the case law made the first moves. And this is the case law of the German Federal Constitutional Court. Based on the writings under the Weimar Constitution from 1919, Gerhard Leibholz, a judge of the German Constitutional Court with particular influence in the field of equality rights, early in the German, modern German constitutional history, now Grundgesetz, 20th century, he introduced the idea of characterizing the violation of the general right to equality as an arbitrary distinction. Willkürliche Gleichbehandlung. Arbitrary distinction. And the early case law of the Constitutional Court is marked by the question whether there was differential treatment of substantially equal persons or cases, wesentlich gleiche Personen oder Sachverhalte, that must be classified as arbitrary, willkürlich. No rational standards. Differential treatment, and this was the old system, is not arbitrary if an objective reason, sachlicher Grund, objective reason can be advanced on its behalf. There was, however, hardly any comprehensible concretization of what constitutes an objective reason, which reason is objective, which is not. Is it just in the eye of the beholder? There was a great deal of discretion for the legislator. Hardly any distinction introduced by the legislator was found unconstitutional. Of course, the superior democratic legitimacy of decisions taken by Parliament, there's a point, serves as a reason for according generous discretion to the legislator. Enacting legislation necessarily means making distinctions, and the democratic process must play a role in deciding which distinctions are considered relevant. There was, however, a strong intuition that there were and are cases in which there should be more intensive review of even parliamentary statutes. And the standard of a mere objective reason made it difficult to reconstruct that and was actually found wanting. And this is the point in 1980 where the new formula comes into play. The new formula for assessing claims stemming from the general right to equality saw the light of the day in a decision in 1980, not spectacularly received at that point in time, but it became later clear, it's often in constitutional law, it later became clear actually what this meant and that this was, in some sense, one should be careful with this expression, but it was a paradigm shift in the case law of the German Constitutional Court. Now, what's the new formula? The general right to equality is violated. Now, quote, if one group of addressees of a norm is treated differently compared to other addressees of the norm, differential treatment, although there are no differences between these two groups of such kind and weight, the scale metaphor of balancing comes into play with weight here. Weight, that could justify the differential treatment. And this is the core of the new formula, and there were some variations and refinements of it, but this is, so to speak, still the main idea. While the old formula, no arbitrary distinction, was initially kept for less severe interferences, over time, the insight grew that the old formula is not something different compared to the new formula, but that the old formula represents an instance of the new formula with lenient review, kind of sliding scale review, and the old is, so to speak, a low intensity review in the structures of the new formula. And the key idea of this new formula is that balancing needs to be performed. On one side, there is the weight or the severity of the distinction. Now, the formula doesn't actually speak of the weight of the distinction, but it speaks of the weight of the justification. And this only makes sense if you attribute also a weight to the other side. And this is understood that way generally. So this is not kind of a brave move here by me, but this is, I think, something that is unavoidable. Good. A distinction now, and this is also some people find it difficult to wrap their head around, so to speak, metaphorically speaking. A distinction, they say, well, yeah, but differential treatment, you can either treat people differently or not. This is just a kind of black-white thing. There can be a kind of sliding scale or weight or something like that. You treat different or equal, but that's it. I think this is wrong. This is wrong. A distinction, of course, has a classificatory dimension. Either there is differential treatment or there is not. Equal treatment is not differential treatment. So it's a yes, no, black, white distinction. However, in addition, a distinction may well have a quantitative dimension. Differential treatment can be more or less different. Coming back to the example of in which the state grants the relief for installing this new heating system. Sorry, it's just a technical thing. You could choose other examples, but this is the thing that came to my mind. This is differential treatment because those who install the environmentally friendly heating systems get a subsidy. Those with harmful heating systems get no subsidy. So this is kind of yes, no differential treatment. However, compared to those who do not get any tax relief, the treatment is the more differential, the higher the tax relief. So if you give a subsidy of 5,000 euros for good heatings, bad heatings get nothing, 5,000 to 0 is more differential than just 1,000 to 0. And so you have kind of quantitative dimension of equal treatment. Now the money makes it easy to see, but it also is present in cases in which no money is involved, but it's not so easy to see, but it's still there. And in this sense, differential treatment is also a matter of degree, and we need the matter of degree to make a meaningful balancing exercise. Technically, you could also balance classificatory things, but it would be far less convincing, I see. So, in this sense, it's a matter of degree, and this means that both sides have actually a weight, and which is a kind of quantitative dimension we put opposite in the balancing. Good. In the example of tax relief for environmentally friendly heating systems, the justifying difference is based on the constitutional principle of the protection of the environment, and this is an incentive. And this then obviously the higher the incentive is, the more differential the treatment, and then the more convincing and the more certain must be the benefit for the environment. Because you cannot just say, so to speak, in the abstract, it's environmental protection. If you balance, you must determine which additionally protection to the environment is created by this very specific measure of the legislator. And you need to determine that, not just, so to speak, throw around with abstract goods, which is a more political campaigning or slogan in election campaigns. This is not, so to speak, proper legal argumentation. Good. Now, this very structure of balancing is known from the principle of proportionality developed in the context of liberty rights. There are some caveats. I can't cover all of them. There are some kind of special properties of proportionality in equality rights that need to be considered, but it works. This is, so to speak, my main thesis today. The new formula provides the tool for intensified review. At the outset, there was hardly any guidance for the required intensity for the case at hand. So old formula, first phase, second phase, new formula was introduced. Now comes the third phase, in which some criteria are developed in the case law, in which cases, which criteria are relevant for the intensity of review, what actually give more guidance to the people applying this constitutional right to cases. And there are actually 4 criteria. The first is the differential treatment is the more severe, the more directly people are treated differently. The court distinguished differential treatment of persons and of Sachverhalte, basically meaning cases, so to speak, circumstances of cases. Well, you can treat, for example, machines, a toaster. You can distinguish between toasters depending on where they come from. And then you, so to speak, you discriminate against toasters from a certain origin. But this makes no sense because toasters have no legal personality, and you can't actually attribute rights to toasters, for example. It's only owners or users of toasters. So in some sense, every treatment of a kind of differential treatment of a toaster is always the differential treatment of a person owning, using, renting, which verb, whatever you prefer to choose, toasters. So in some sense, there's no such thing anyway. But this was kept in some sense here for these criteria. The more directly a person is treated differently, the more severe the justification requirement. On the contrary, the more indirect, so to speak, persons are treated differently if it's primarily toasters and just indirectly persons owning toasters, then it's an argument for less strict review. Second criterion, behavior-related differential treatment. Behavior-related is less severe because you can avoid it if you avoid the behavior. For example, your age, you cannot change your age. To a certain extent, with limitations, you can change how old you look to others, but you can't change your age. And so this is nothing you can change. So this would be an argument, in age-related distinction would be an argument for strict review because you can't change your age. Now, obviously, this is a kind of complex thing because it depends on the question of how reasonable it is to expect the citizen from refraining from the behavior that then attracts the distinction. So it's a complex thing. It's more kind of a direction than a very determinative criterion, I would say. The third criterion is interesting with an eye to what I mentioned about this closed set of lists or open list for prohibitions of discrimination. According to the third criterion, those criteria used for differential treatment that resemble the criteria in the list of the prohibition of discrimination in Article 3 German Basic Law. Remember, in Germany, the closed list, the exhaustive list of criteria. If they resemble that criteria, if they are that criteria, this is 3.3. We don't need 3.1, basically the general right. But if it's the general right and it's not on the list that resembles those, this is an argument on behalf of strict review. There's an example. According to recent changes in positive morality in modern societies, so I don't take any side here, I'm just reporting, there is in many liberal democracies, positive morality has changed so that sexual orientation in and of itself, sexual orientation, it does not longer consist as a legitimate reason for differential treatment. Now, this is a problem for the German list in 3.3 because on the list there is sex, but not sexual orientation. And this is something different. I don't have to explain this, I think. It's not on the list, and it's, so to speak, it would be excluded. Now, in the European catalog, where you have or any other status, this is a kind of an empowerment to add to this European list. Well, sexual orientation is now considered, so to speak, as off limits for discriminating against people, as it was sex beforehand. You just add it. Okay, case closed, result achieved. In the German system, this is not possible because the list is exhaustive. You can't add it. What do? You can amend the constitution. Okay, you can wait for this. This is easier compared to the US Constitution, which is next to impossible to amend, as we know. In Germany, you can do this, but you need political majorities. Constitutional Court judges do not like to wait on constitutional amendments, which I think in terms of the background of morality is arguably justified. We can have a debate about this too, of course, but this is, I think, something that can be presented as reasonable. Now, what you do in the German system, you say, well, okay, we cannot add it to the list of Article 3.3, but we can give as much protection as it would have in Article 3.3 by just giving much stronger scrutiny in the general right because of that special criterion, because you say it is not a 3.3 criterion, but it resembles one. And according to modern positive morality, it deserves the same protection. And without waiting for the constitutional amendment, you can achieve a result. Some people would argue it is not as strong as if it was actually in 3.3. Yeah, but it depends actually on how the Constitutional Court applies it. And I have reason to believe that this is here a convincing solution that leaves no gaps open. but this is, we would have to look at the case law in a very detailed fashion, which I have not prepared here today. So, and this is here what you see, what I mentioned when what I meant when I mentioned this phrase completion by means of interpretation. If positive morality says it is legitimate that some protection needs to be awarded, then there will be interpretive tools of constitutional courts and academic commentary to achieve that. And I think this is, to a certain extent, limited. And now the fourth and last criterion is now, now it gets actually philosophically deep, I'm afraid. The fourth and last criterion is the detrimental effect that a distinction has on the exercise of constitutionally protected liberties. So after having emphasized that equality and liberty are different things, we see a connection. Something that is in a severe interference with liberty and also is an unequal interference with liberty tends to be, if it's a severe interference with liberty and unequal, tends also to be an intensive interference with equality, understood as even-handed treatment, if it comes to weighing and balancing the underlying reason. And this shows us that although I think, well, we could say, well, okay, this shows that Martin Borowski was wrong at the outset telling you that equality rights is something different compared to liberty rights. And to some extent, it places this in perspective, but I think it doesn't mean that the distinction collapses. This is, so to speak, developed in practice. There's no philosophical justification for court. It just says, so to speak, by a learned, educated intuition, so to speak, they come to these conclusions. And I think this is where constitutional court judges are best when it comes to kind of bringing the positive morality, judicial expertise, some oversight, some oversight in the dimensions of time, constitutional history, and space, comparative constitutional law, to kind of bring something in a learned intuition together. And this is, I think, why a constitutional court should have a role to say, not, so to speak, dominating everything, but is a useful addition in a liberal democracy. Okay, so the punchline is liberty and equality are distinguishable but connected. So Elise leaves open. Yeah, it's a catchy quote. It's actually is it's more political than academic, but for the sense of, so to speak, memorizing things, I think it's helpful and to that extent justified. Good. And the result is I'm actually coming to an end. I've taken much of your time already. The result is we have a sliding scale. We have a sliding scale in the dimension of liberty when it comes to balancing, wide scope. We do many balancings in the European system. And this then would, if one follows these ideas and arguments, also apply to the equality side. Is this a bad thing? I don't think so. I think transparent balancings, you need to justify balancing judgment. You cannot say, well, I've balanced and I've come to this conclusion. This is just, so to speak, a statement of opinion in the first place. It's a result. And a judgment may have a formal authority in saying that. It may be attributed some formal weight as closing a debate to a certain extent, but it will only be convincing if there's substantive argumentation that is convincing. And so this, of course, needs to be there. Now, the second caveat is, let me just say this briefly, because as I said, I've taken too much of the time already. It's easily mistaken, and this happens in the German debate also, that if you say you have to apply in a case where there's an interference with liberty, if you apply then the equality rights after the liberty rights, it is easy to misunderstand that the balancing of equality refers not to the liberty principles. It's, so to speak, not just the same, but you have to genuinely identify the equality right, equal treatment, equal results, and then counter reasons for equal treatment and balance these entities in the equality dimension. This is a different perspective. It's a different dimension from the liberty proportionality assessment that was done beforehand. This sometimes people are quick and rushed and have to come to an end. Oh, proportionality, yeah, we've done that, liberty rights. No, this is a different entities are balanced here. This is important to understand. And the final point is, and let me just summarize that very quickly, this kind of equality tension that there is mainly equal treatment, legal equality, but also to a certain extent equal results. This tension that is created by this there was, I think, developed very clearly by Robert Alexi, which is my supervisor in all my formal German qualification. I count myself as a kind of disciple of Robert Alexi. He developed this, I think, very clearly and coined the phrase, it's the paradox of equality. It's the paradox of equality, that equality, so to speak, at its core is the tension between equal treatment and equal results. I don't like the paradox so much. It's a kind of critical legal studies argument also to find paradoxes and kind of being happy if you find a paradox. As an analytically trained legal scholar, your aim is to solve paradoxes, and you are happy if you have actually eliminated them, not finding them and cherishing them. But I think it's a very catchy phrase. Let me say it this way, this paradox of equality, and it explains, I think, why in arguments about equality, many people are talking past each other. And finding this kind of structure may not be, so to speak, the solution to everything in the dimension, but if it helps to avoid talking past each other, I think it will improve our debates, and improving debates means usually improving results. Good. To conclude, my hope is that you find at least some of these thoughts presented helpful. So I shall thank you for your kind attention. If there are questions, I'm happy to try my best to answer them, and we shall see what this is or not is. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Profesor. A continuación, se da el uso de la voz a la doctora Elisa Franco. Como les dije, es profesora de nuestro claustro en el posgrado, egresada de esta casa de estudios y una investigadora muy relevante, te lo digo sinceramente, en materia constitucional, de amparo y derechos humanos en el Instituto de Investigaciones Jurídicas de la UNAM. Elisa, adelante.
Muchas gracias, querido Marcos. Buenas tardes a todas y todos. Es un gusto estar acá. Profesor Borowski, para mí es un honor poder hacerle preguntas, comentarios respecto a este capítulo. Bueno, quiero agradecer de manera muy especial al doctor Marcos del Rosario por la apertura para tener este espacio el día de hoy, y al doctor Arnulfo Mateos, que fue quien pues hizo esta propuesta de tener este espacio acá, y cuando yo lo dialogué con el doctor Marcos del Rosario, pues aceptó de manera inmediata y con el mayor de los entusiasmos. También señalar que invitarles a todas y todos a leer esta obra que presenta el doctor Borowski, y que la traducción, porque está en español, es Elementos Esenciales de la Dogmática de los Derechos Fundamentales, la traducción a cargo de Arnulfo Daniel Mateos Durán, y que está a la venta acá afuera. Entonces, pues creo que vale mucho la pena que ustedes puedan revisar. Vamos a ahora hacer algunos comentarios específicos sobre el capítulo de la estructura de los derechos de igualdad. Me parece que es una obra que aporta mucho a la dogmática sobre igualdad. Tenemos obras sobre dogmática de libertad, pero esta que se centra en dogmática de igualdad, pues nos sirve mucho, especialmente quienes estamos convencidas y convencidos que a través del derecho podemos construir de manera distinta. Entonces, aquí hay una fundamentación dogmática interesante. Yo tengo tres preguntas que quisiera formular al profesor Borowski. La primera, respecto a la cláusula que tienen en la Constitución alemana en materia de no discriminación, que las categorías como él señala en su obra y lo ha señalado acá esta mañana, es limitativa, no permite la incorporación de otras, como sí lo hace la Constitución mexicana. El artículo primero de la Constitución de los Estados Unidos mexicanos lo que señala es otras categorías, igual que lo hace la Convención Americana. A partir de esas otras categorías, la Suprema Corte de Justicia de la Nación ha podido avanzar en la protección en México, en la protección de los derechos de personas en grupos de situación de vulnerabilidad. En el caso, por ejemplo, de orientación sexual, que fue uno de los puntos que tocó el profesor Borowski, nosotros en nuestra Constitución sí tenemos reconocida la categoría de manera específica. Esta incorporación se hace en 2011. La Convención Americana sobre Derechos Humanos no lo tiene, pero sí a través de una interpretación jurisprudencial que ha hecho la Corte Interamericana de Derechos Humanos, que empieza con el caso Atala Rifo y Niñas contra Chile y que ha mantenido de manera constante, que señala que la orientación sexual es una categoría sospechosa protegida por la Convención Americana. Entonces, aquí mi pregunta es, ¿cómo han logrado en Alemania poder tener una mayor protección? Específicamente puede ser sobre orientación sexual u otros grupos, cuando no está específicamente en la Constitución y limita la interpretación al tribunal. ¿Cuál ha sido la puerta de salida que han tenido para la protección en el caso de orientación sexual? El segundo, sobre la paradoja de igualdad. La paradoja de la igualdad es un tema que me parece que tenemos que abordar, que trabajar más desde la dogmática en México. ¿Por qué? Porque ha habido una resistencia para la incorporación jurisprudencial de metodologías como la perspectiva de género, la perspectiva de niñez y perspectivas para juzgar en casos de personas migrantes, y quizá leyendo, y quiero agradecerle, profesor Borowski, porque yo me dedico a trabajar e investigar sobre estos temas, y leyendo su capítulo, creo que nos hace falta trabajar más en dogmática de estos temas en México y poder explicar por qué es necesario para hacer realidad este derecho a la igualdad, que es fáctica o sustantiva, como lo denomina el comité CEDAW. Necesitamos estos mecanismos y creo que nos ha faltado explicar y dar las razones de por qué. Entonces, me gustaría pedirle, profesor Borowski, sobre esta paradoja de la igualdad respecto a uno que ha sido, desde mi consideración, los mayores avances de la Suprema Corte para la protección de los derechos de las mujeres, especialmente las mujeres víctimas de violencia, que es la perspectiva de género. ¿Cómo podríamos explicarse que esto es muy complicado por algunas ideas y nos tocará a quienes trabajamos con la doctrina mexicana hacer esos análisis y esos avances, pero creo que su respuesta nos va a poder orientar un poco? Y la última es que al final del capítulo usted señala las licencias de maternidad como una distinción que, pues, a partir de la diferencia biológica sería aceptable. Pero hemos avanzado en México a las licencias de paternidad a partir del reconocimiento no solo de las diferencias biológicas, sino del constructo de género y de los roles de género. Entonces, hoy, por ejemplo, en nuestra Ley Federal del Trabajo están reconocidas las licencias de paternidad y algunas instituciones han avanzado a equilibrar, a que sean iguales en la Ley Federal del Trabajo si son menos días para los padres que para las madres, pero en algunas instituciones han logrado equilibrar justo para poder romper esas cargas de género que hay en la vida de las mujeres. Entonces, me gustaría conocer su opinión respecto a estas licencias de paternidad que, bueno, pues en México se han avanzado. Y esas serían mis tres comentarios. Un agradecimiento muy especial por poder dialogar con usted esta mañana y, bueno, con todas y todos ustedes.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you very much for the translation, which I think was very helpful. I hope I kind of captured everything properly. I think a part of my answer to question 1 is something that I already said in the presentation with the example of the sexual orientation, that this was the German way of dealing with this. In actually creating a place in the general right to equality that a strong protection for discriminations because of sexual orientations can be awarded through the general right to equality, so that you do not actually add something to the list in Article 3.3. In the German context can be reasonably be amended. I think it is actually a virtue of the Constitution that it can reasonably be amended, that it's not too easy to amend it. So there's kind of an everyday thing is amended, that it's not too difficult to be amended. I think the US Constitution, I'm not an expert on that, but it's easy to see that it's very difficult to amend the US Constitution. And some people think a constitution is the better, the more difficult it is to be amended. I respectfully disagree. I think there is a reasonable margin when kind of the fundamental distinct convictions in society have changed, that you can reasonably amend it. And as you can see from this is part of my answer to question 2 and 3. The gender equality was introduced by constitutional amendment in 1994. And this obviously now repeats in Article 3.2 something that is actually contained also in Article 3.3, because if it is not allowed to discriminate on the grounds of sex, then obviously this sex and gender is not actually a permissible criteria. So paragraph 2, clause 1 is actually regarded as some kind of superfluous. Constitutions, well, we have this kind of idea in legal methodology that there's no meaningless expression of the legislator. The aim is to attribute some meaningful meaning. Sorry for that expression, it's horrible. Some meaningful meaning, I even repeat it, to a specific clause. But in constitutions which have some kind of solemn official proclamations, this is often somewhat different. But 2.2 is very interesting because it basically says the state is under an obligation to take reasonable steps to eliminate, so to speak, obstacles to enjoyment of equal opportunities. And this obviously is aiming at factual results. Now, as always, such a thing is dangerous in amending constitutions because it might actually serve as an argument for those who don't like factual equality. They say, okay, it was mentioned in 2.2 with an eye to equality of the sexes, that equal results play a role here. But this then, so to speak, e contrario, tells us that for all other criteria for 3.3, it does not. I don't think that it does, but it kind of opens the way to that argument. Constitutional amendment, this is my point, with an eye to sexual orientation, just so to speak, amending the list in 3.3 would have been an option. But now the court, so to speak, did this with this creating this solution in 3.1, and in that sense, I think it wasn't conceived to be a need for reform. There was actually an interesting debate about whether actually the expression race should be excluded from the criteria of 3.3 by constitutional amendment, because people argue, well, there's no biological evidence that such a thing, such as race, exists. This is a cultural construction, and as such, it should not be used, so to speak. But it would be dangerous just to delete it, obviously, because it may give the wrong impression. So people at the end decided not to delete it, which I think is the better way. And you can deal with these, I think, concerns in interpretation. Now, yeah, equality products, women rights. To be honest, I don't know. I think you probably have understood this from. I'm interested in this from a doctrinal perspective. So to me, what are the specific things? I'm not into equality rights because I have a pressing need of campaigning for something or against something. Now, I wrote my habilitation thesis on freedom of religion. And I was in a very uncomfortable space because people were always trying to figure out, okay, now what's your point? Are you one of these Christian supporters to say religious freedom is the most important thing? Or are you against it? Are you one of these kind of leftist communists? They say this is opium for the people and needs to be revealed. Neither nor. And the problem is, if you are kind of in ideological heated debates, people have a kind of system of determining friends and enemies. And if you are not identify yourself on these scales as a friend, you are classified as an enemy. So, which means I was always perceived generally as everyone's enemies of the blue side and the red side, so to speak. But yeah, well, and it's with the same with equality rights. My political convictions, I have some, but they are relatively boring, to be honest. They are kind of what, at least in the German European debate, you would see rather in the middle. And I have, of course, when I say that, people might think that if I say that even-handed treatment is, so to speak, the core of equality, and that factual equality is more the exception rather than the dominating rule, that I'm kind of against affirmative action and these things. I am not. The only point is, if you argue on behalf of, I think, of much of what is perceived to be subsumed under the umbrella of women's rights, if this involves improving the situation of women, it may have the cost of actually requiring differential treatment, which need to be justified against the value of even-handed treatment. And this is, so to speak, just the, so to speak, I'm inviting people to see that if you, whatever you do, you always have to justify that this is justified. And if there is an open debate and the Mexican or the Brazilian or the Icelandic population comes to a certain conclusion, it's not for me to comment on that, critical or praising or whatever. It's just kind of inviting attention to the fact that these costs need to be considered. And this is a big debate. I'm not an expert in the debate. I have heard justifications for specific instruments based on kind of justification of unjust treatment of former generations. So to speak, we must now treat the daughters very favorably because the mothers and the grandmothers were discriminated against. Yeah, okay, but we generally perceive, and these justifications that are required if you come to these equality products, they require usually the perspective that constitutional rights are individual rights. And then kind of justifying things for the benefit of one person with some kind of historic injustice that was done to migrants. In the slavery question, you can have this kind of diachronic arguments. There is some cultural relevance to this, and I don't want to say it doesn't play a role, but we usually tend to think of constitutional rights as individual rights, and then the question is, so to speak, which way do these diachronic arguments carry? There's a cultural dimension to it. If we talk about state obligations to memorize, to kind of raise awareness, there's little harm done with doing something. So I think the cost of these measures is but yeah, these, so yeah, I'm sorry, this is relatively boring, probably. Now, one thing there is, you mentioned, and I couldn't touch this very much in the presentation. You mentioned this kind of suspect category, the suspect category. And now the question is, why do we speak? And this is very, we do this in German too, in the debate. It says verdächtige Kategorie. Verdächtig literally means suspicious. Now the problem is, why do we talk about suspicious? Why aren't we talking about forbidden? Because the problem is, it is actually strictly forbidden. It is strictly forbidden to discriminate on the basis of these criteria. The problem is, if you have a case, it is often very difficult to properly determine whether this was actually the justification. For example, if a couple doesn't get an apartment, they want to have an apartment, they want to rent the apartment, they come there, the couple, and the couple is a lesbian couple. Now they don't get the apartment. Now it's easy for them to perceive that they have been discriminated against because they are a lesbian couple, sexual orientation. And maybe the landlord is a kind of conservative person and says this is not what's supposed to happen. And if it's supposed to happen, then in private and not kind of openness and so on. And but the problem is then kind of feeling to be discriminated against, which may well, the threshold may be relatively low because of very unfortunate and immoral behavior they were be exposed to beforehand. And I can, from a personal point of view, I can easily understand that if you have been discriminated against in the past on many occasions, that if something happens to you and you don't get what you want, that it's easy to infer from that, kind of with your emotional reality, so to speak, that we have been discriminated against. But it may be that there is an explanation that is actually not the fact that they are a lesbian couple, but there may be another justification. So in Article 3.3, it is not the list of categories which is the problem, I think. It is the very innocent word in German, wegen, because it may well be that, for example, with the environmentally friendly heating system, now the person with a fossil, or the household with the fossil, the kind of fossil fuel, environmentally harmful apartment may actually be a lesbian couple. And in the application of the law, well, in terms of drafting the law, obviously it doesn't say lesbian couples don't get the subsidy. But in the application of the law, this because is really a huge problem, because it may well be that there is a justification, that there is actually that there is a distinction, a criterion which is not forbidden, which kind of overtakes something that may seem a reliance on a forbidden qualification. And I think it's the epistemic uncertainty. This is my thesis. It is the epistemic uncertainty that is often so difficult to determine whether the treatment was because of something forbidden or because of something that is not forbidden, that we tend to talk about suspicion. Because suspicion, and some even go that far in the German debate, and I think this is international also shared, to say, well, okay, now we have to talk about intent. Was the judge or the landlord or was the legislator, were they, so to speak, bad people, meaning that in a subjective sense? But this is not public law. Public law is about objective justification, objective classifications and objective justification. In criminal law, if it comes to the perpetrator, we have intent, mens rea, and these kind of things. But this has no meaningful place, I think. And it is tricky. And you also have this category of indirect discrimination where things become very difficult. And I think it's often this epistemic uncertainty. And then people with good intent want to do something good, and then a kind of ideologically charged debate takes place, which is fine because people have different convictions and you want to kind of help a cause and improve a situation. And by improving the situation, you create often some kind of collateral damage. And to some extent, this is justified. To some extent, it may be not. My point is just, I think we can have all these, we have to have all these debates, and we have to have to talk about objective justifications, we also have to talk about subjective perceptions. But a subjective perception does not necessarily, so to speak, translate fully and comprehensively into an objective evaluation. It needs to be part of dealing with human conflicts and human expectations, but to some extent, well, now I think it's a kind of everyday anecdote, but it's not long ago that I witnessed that at a German supermarket cashier, there was a kind of problem. They did something they think they were supposed to do, but they were not. And it was perfectly clear that this was something, a kind of normal debate in a supermarket, and everyone listens and this kind of thing. And they discussed to some extent, so to speak, objectively about the rule. Is the rule, so to speak, is there such a rule? Could this rule be known to them? Was actually quite legal in a supermarket, interestingly, everyday morality. And then there came a point when they just had enough, these people accused by the cashier, and they said, okay, you just do this to us because we are foreigners. You discriminate against us because we are foreigners. And in that case, many cases are not these cases and they're not that clear, but this happens. This was perfectly clearly a case in which they were not singled out because they were foreigners, because no one knew that we were foreigners because they said they were foreigners. So even if you had wanted to discriminate against because you're a bad person and hate foreigners, and they had no obvious accent or something like that, yeah. So I think it tells us to a certain extent how the subjective feeling of being discriminated can also to a certain extent be exaggerated. Again, from a subjective point of view, understandable if you have been exposed to this in the past, in a proper nasty way. Yeah, and there are people, and this cannot be denied, there are people who just discriminate against other people. And I shouldn't politicize an academic debate too much, but unfortunately, over the last years, scapegoating, kind of discriminating, so to speak, in political ideas and partisan politicians, to kind of scapegoating on people, inviting what I would call low instincts of the population and voters is even more invited, and this is on the rise, and this is concerning. I think we are not in a good direction.
Thank you.
I don't know. I think this did us say something about biological differences. I don't know, but I hope I've answered the question anyway. About these permissions and licenses that parents receive, I don't know what this is in Mexico. What do you mean by that?
Ahora en México tenemos permisos para que los padres, licencias de paternidad, para que los padres puedan tener un contacto directo con sus hijos e hijas recién nacidos y, por supuesto, hacerse cargo de lo que les corresponde en trabajo de cuidados de sus hijos e hijas.
Ah, yeah. Why not? Of course. And I'm, yeah. Okay, biological differences. Yeah, well, maybe the bond is perceived, to speak in a classical view, that the bond between the mother and the newborn is somewhat stronger and different, and that fathers come into play later. But even in Germany, it's perfectly normal that parents are now present when at childbirth. Actually, it was, so to speak, normal for me to do this because I did everything with my wife, who unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago. We did everything together, and I was there. I tried not to disturb the people doing the work. So obviously the role is more indirect than the mother's role in the process, but you are there to why not? And I think it's good. And then people can decide. There may be some kind of social pressure involved to be kind of modern to do this, but this applies both ways. I think so. This I wouldn't count this as a counter reason. And in Germany, there's also the kind of there's also an incentive. We call this Erziehungsgeld. So you actually get a significant part of your salary if you're off work for caring about the child. And there is an incentive that if not only one, of the parents does it, which is usually the mother, if the other partner also does it, then there's a kind of extra months for the father, so to speak, and many make use of that. And it wasn't a measure when I was a father at that time, and I would have appreciated to have the opportunity to do. I think it's good. And if people can decide what to do, and if there's no unreasonable social pressure, and the law allows that, I don't see any convincing reason to tell people what to do. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, of course. Yeah, please.
No sé, a ver, todavía tenemos 10 minutitos antes de concluir. No sé si aprovechando la presencia del profesor Borowski, si alguien quisiera plantearle una pregunta y podemos desahogarla en este tiempo. Si no, voy a asignarlas. ¿Roberto quería? Roberto habla alemán. Lo puedo plantear en alemán. No, acá Roberto.
Buenas tardes, muchas gracias por la plática. Y mi pregunta va un poco también relacionada a lo que decía la doctora Elisa Franco, pero en un sentido distinto. A ver, el tema de que haya una lista cerrada y que sea muy difícil de modificar la Constitución, abre la posibilidad a que se consideren cosas que se asemejan a lo que está en la lista, pero que no están en la lista. Y suena razonable, pero al mismo tiempo suena muy peligroso porque hay miles de cosas en esta vida que se asemejan, pero que no pueden ser tratadas iguales. Más allá del tema de la sexualidad, que es el ejemplo que se ha dado, pienso, por ejemplo, en los derechos, por ejemplo, a la vida. Pues la vida de una persona se asemeja a la vida de un animal o se asemeja a la vida de un vegetal. ¿Por qué no les podemos dar derechos? Porque una cosa es proteger la naturaleza y otra cosa es darle derechos. Por un lado va por, la primera parte de la pregunta va por ahí. Y la segunda parte de la pregunta, bueno, más bien, para acabar la primera parte de la pregunta, ¿cuál es el límite para decir esto sí se asemeja y esto ya no se asemeja? Y ahora, la segunda parte de la pregunta es, ¿quién va a decidir eso? Porque si no está en la Constitución y no sale del Parlamento, pues entonces lo va a decidir el Poder Judicial. El Poder Judicial va a inventar, crear este tipo de derechos.
Well, thank you for these questions. And it's actually somewhat funny. There is a second Martin Borowski. And at the end of the family name is not an I, but a Y, an Y. This second Martin Borowski, the order intends no rank. The second Martin Borowski is a judge at a German ordinary court and has just become famous for proclaiming that the nature has rights. And this is ironic because I disagree. Because when it comes to rights, the history of the debate on rights in general, I'm not talking about constitutional rights or human rights in particular, but of rights in general, if you look at the German tradition and the Anglo-Saxon tradition, you find both strands for justifying rights, subjective rights. And one strand is the interest. It's the interest theory of subjective rights. And the second strand is will. The will theory of subject rights. And unrelated to each other, I tend to think, I'm not a historian and comparativist, But I think the Anglo-Saxon debate and the German debate are not related. But they both came up with these two strands, and they kind of debated among them, the communities respectively, whether interest is more important or the will is more important. Now, when it comes to nature, and animals are part of the nature, obviously. You can, of course, ascribe an interest to nature. You can ascribe an interest to human beings. You can say a human being has an interest in procreating, in kind of, inhabiting, so to speak, a certain space, a niche in the ecosystem. And so you can create something like that, and it's pretty obvious how to do that. With nature, if it comes to rivers and mountains and landscapes, you can do the same thing to a certain extent. Okay, but ascribing an interest does not justify a right in and of itself. There need to be a protected will. And now an animal cannot, it can display pain, discomfort, and you can sort of physiologically measure some discomfort, heart rate, and adverse reactions trying to get out and something like that. You can, but you can actually, animals cannot form a will. There's debate about this, and to cut the long story short, for an answer which had not long, animals cannot form a will. And if they cannot form a will, you can technically say, well, okay, then we have these usually NGO groups campaigning on behalf of these parts of nature, and says the rights are supposed to have this nature. The nature is supposed to have these rights. They say, okay, well, we can do it. We represent the animals. We represent this landscape. Yeah, of course, you can come up with some legal constructions, but this does not, should not blind us to the fact that the very holder of the right cannot form a will in and of itself. And then representation is something entirely different. If you choose that a lawyer, you can form a will, so to speak, but you represent a lawyer to represent you in some kind of legal proceedings, and then he can represent, so to speak, you. But you could do it yourself. And so in this sense, this, I think, important, and this is to do with autonomous decisions. Yeah, and we are good intent. As we know, the road to hell is paved with good intent. We have, in some parts of the political debate, good intent, telling people what to do. And to some extent, this is important, but there's also the element of autonomous decisions. And I think this should not be undervalued in reconstructing subjective rights. And I think the nature, animals, all this debate, this is simply not possible to ascribe rights. Now, what is meant by that, if you talk about rights? You can, of course, in law, respect the interest that we as humans, this is an anthropocentric justification for rights of nature. And we have to distinguish, because those who say, well, we are actually enforcing the rights of these animals themselves. The question is, are we doing this, or are we enforcing the rights of campaigners in their view of how we all should view society? So we should distinguish between ecocentric and anthropocentric justifications. And you can do that, but you don't need a right for that. What you can do is you can respect interests that we ascribe to certain non-humans, parts of the landscape, rivers, animals, whatever. You can respect the interests in the form of what I would call collective goods. It may be that the idea to speak of rights has this background assumption that a right is necessarily something stronger than a collective good. And Robert Dworkin's ideas of rights as trumps versus policies has this kind of tendency. Analytically, I think this is not necessary at all. And the similarity this is made, this is the second question, second element of a question, who decides what is equal? So it's actually, if I have a parrot as a pet, has the parrot a right to life according to international declarations? So is it limited? Well, I think arguably there is a difference between animals and human persons, and this would justify a distinction. Who takes this distinction is something you ask. The answer is, in the first round, the democratic process, to a certain extent. And this is why we need, and this is in equality rights, it's the same as compared to liberty rights and positive rights. We have reasonable disagreements about what needs to be done in liberty, in equality, and so on. And reasonable differences, what is from the constitutional point of view, so to speak, both permissible, even though there are some, what John Rawls would call as his, so to speak, doctrines, comprehensive doctrines of what is good in life, from a religious perspective, compared to a kind of CEO of some kind of just money-making enterprise. There are completely different points of view. There are maybe reasonable disagreements from a constitutional point of view, that from the viewpoint of an individual comprehensive doctrine may seem, so to speak, unreasonable. But the point of a political conception is, in a neutral democracy, is that there's a broad range, so to speak, for reasonable disagreements, and then democracy decides. And the Constitution, it is the virtue of the Constitution to allow a reasonable frame. And now this frame needs to be defended against what I think is a good thing, namely proportionality. Because that discretion area for the legislator, that must be defended against arguments in proportionality analysis, even against constitutional court judges, in a kind of balanced system. And this is, I think, now the phase in which we are in. We are at a global scale, so to speak, have now, with some exception north of your border, except that the proportionality assessment is as an open method is a good idea. And now I think the focus needs to shift on where we overdo things if we, so to speak, suffocate democratic decision and constitutional courts come into play. They have an important role, but they need to have a limited role. And if they have this limited but important role, I think it's defensible that they are there and that they do what they do. So who decides? Democracy. And there need to be limits to this, limits to discretion, and then constitutional courts and arguments from the Constitution come into play. I think, to be honest, the example is a bit rhetoric, right? That, so to speak, a dog's life is something different to the life of a person is relatively clear in our positive morality. But of course, if you begin to ask like this way, and if you challenge, this is my point, we should challenge with these distinctions our ordinary understandings to a certain extent, and then this precisely the exercise we have to undergo, and I think you demonstrated it very well how to do. And yeah, but I hope it has become clear how I think we should approach that. Thank you.
Una última pregunta.
Okay,
Yep.
Thank you, Dr. Martin, but I prefer to speak in Spanish.
Yeah.
Okay. Mi pregunta versa sobre el derecho a la igualdad del cual usted habló, ya que, como usted comentaba, pues implica un debate político, moral, jurídico importante, y que el derecho a la igualdad se ve traducido o lo podemos ver a través de las constituciones, de los instrumentos jurídicos. Y me preocupa en este momento, no solamente en México, sino a nivel mundial, cómo el discurso sobre el derecho o los derechos humanos, y en este caso el derecho a la igualdad, se ve mermado ante los discursos políticos polarizantes que existen, donde existen personas a favor de la democracia, según quien lo comenta, y personas en contra que no responden a los intereses políticos de quien está en el gobierno. ¿De qué manera usted podría darnos, no sé, no sé si llamarlo consejo, pero de qué manera podríamos desde la academia trabajar por un discurso de derechos que no genere esta polarización política que estamos viendo. Y bueno, y en el caso de México es muy notable, además de que se están mermando muchísimas situaciones o muchísimos, perdón que no conozca toda la jerga, pero se merma la Constitución, se están mermando también instituciones políticas que de alguna manera garantizan esos derechos.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a very important question. And of course, it is a problem we have with the interpretation of all constitutional rights and human rights. It becomes so pressing with equality because equality is all-embracing and even has this tension. It is all-embracing and has this tension. And it is a particular problem in constitutional law and in constitutional rights that we have undergirding ideological convictions. Ideological puts a kind of sharp edge on it. You can say different normative premises. And I think I already cited roles in one answer just beforehand. I think the dream, if we have it, and it seems to us like a dream, that we come up with some kind of homogeneity in society, that we, so to speak, all come as if by magic hand to agree on the same moral convictions regarding all these things, so that these kind of ideological opposing convictions go away. This is a dream that is not realistic. And John Rawls, I think, who has been now forgotten to a certain extent because other approaches have become popular, I think there's much wisdom in his idea. And he says it's what he calls the fact of pluralism, that if you do not suppress certain convictions, they come up automatically. There's, so to speak, a tendency towards moral entropy in some sense, so to speak, a disorder. There's no automatic direction towards a certain order and homogeneity. And if you want to come up with some homogeneity, religious, political, or whatever, you have to oppress something that, so to speak, automatically emerges. And I think the way we deal with this does not create the ideological conflicts. The ideological conflicts are there. And we cannot ignore, we cannot root them out. We cannot change the fact that they are there. And we are not in a liberal democracy suppressed just to suppress one side. This is an obvious answer in kind of dictatorial regimes. They just suppress things they don't like and impose their order. And they do that with the measures they do. This is in a liberal democracy not something you can do. So what can we do? Well, we can accept the fact that there are these ideological background premises, and we can, so to speak, invite attention to the fact that every argument, substantive argument for one of these sides in a debate is made, so to speak, from a certain ideological background position. Make this transparent, not hide it. Make it transparent, and then have a debate on that. This is not the most, so to speak, solution providing thing, but there's nothing else I can offer. And the benefit of proportionality, it's a structure. The benefit is that if you are justified to, if you're forced to justify a balancing judgment, you have to say, I ascribe to that interference with equality that value. It's a severe interference, or it's a light interference. You have to say that. Then you have to come up with arguments in the external justification. Why is this severe? Why is that light? You have to come up with a justification. Why is the benefit that is brought about by a differential treatment, why is this actually an important realization of something that is really important? Or is it just some kind of minor thing that doesn't justify much? You have to justify that. And it's the only thing, proportionality is, so to speak, is not a magic hand deciding everything. It forces you to be transparent. And if there are problems with proportionality in application, I don't think it's the method. It's the use of the method, because people tend to say, well, I did a balancing and this is the result. Here you have it. And now that's it. They don't give a justification. And if you don't see the justification that they made, it becomes very difficult to criticize it. So, and okay, I tend to think from a kind of legal argumentation perspective. And from my point of view, this is why this is what I tell our law students. I tell them, actually, I'm sorry to tell you, you get no credit whatsoever for the result. We don't care about the result. We care about your justification, about your arguments. If you have, so to speak, the right, what is the right outcome? Often, in many cases, there's reasonable disagreement to the outcome. So what's the outcome, the right outcome there? You don't get the good marks for the outcome, but for the justification, for your arguments. And you can come up with some minority result, but the arguments are breathtakingly good. They are fantastic. And then this student needs high marks. This is to some extent idealistic, I see that. And I see that international courts often like to hide arguments and not to use arguments that would weaken their conclusion. When I would think dealing with an argument, they think it's not convincing, expressly dealing with it, explaining to other people why they think this is not a strong argument, would make their argument, their judgment stronger. And I think it's very much rooted, it has to do with the social function of judgments. There are some legitimate rules why you avoid this kind of thing, but I think if it comes to important decisions, when background assumptions become relevant, transparency is the thing that we can offer to that. And then, of course, substantively of these big questions, can human rights be justified at all? Is this possible at all? How do you talk to people from East Asia, where individualism is much less an issue and kind of the collective and the government, so to speak, is the unification of all people, has a much greater role from the outside. This is a completely different perspective than the kind of the Occident dominated by Christianity over the last decades, has a completely different view compared to that. These are philosophical questions we as lawyers cannot answer. We can only, so to speak, deal with the findings that we have, try to establish reasonable structures of authority, and the decisions of authority needs to be as rational as possible, and transparency is one of the main reasons to suppress that. But this is, sorry, it was a very bold answer to a very bold question, I must say. Well, thank you. Good, thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much for your conference. Thank you, Professor. Gracias a todos y todos por haber estado. Un gusto, yo creo que aprovechamos bastante la charla, la experiencia y el conocimiento del profesor. Muchas gracias.
And thank you actually for your kind interest, and you were listening very attentively during my presentation, and I got the sense this is, so it's not every day that I have such a qualified audience. Thank you. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you.
Department of Social Political and Legal Studies. And this gift for you.
Thank you very much.
This book is
the trees. I love the trees.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, we love the trees. This book is for you. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I love trees. I already told him. And here are many trees in this specific setting of this university. Thank you for your translation. Very good. Thank you.
Professor,
Yeah, I need to put this there, so I shall not lose it. Or shall not get harmed. Thank you very much.
That's it. We want to.
Yes. Thank you. Thanks.
Very interesting.
Thank you.
Very, very interesting. Vamos,
Bueno, ahorita sí, pero allá, excelente. Nada por todo. ¿Lo conoces? Ah, no, cierto. Cierto, cierto. Este, no. Porque el cerebro la laptop. Ahorita damos una imagen y ahorita- No, pero- a ver. Ahí nos ponemos a los QRs de encuestas para ver. Porque yo creo que todos son propios. Entonces, pusimos de que, nosotros de que te interesa con la red. Que no. Sí. No veo, vamos a ver. Ahora, Victoria con el link. O
No se puede.
así pues es lo que me dice.
Se metió la técnica, ¿verdad?
Sí, está bien con el mercado, porque está en calidad.
Vamos a ver la información más de lo que está en el debate.
¿Sabes qué pasa también? Justamente, cuando hay otra entrevista,
No, buen fin, otro día.
chéquete, algún 15 minutos son
¿No?
con algún 15 minutos estamos en el cuento, como algunos sí, ¿no? Está checando siempre.
Porque sí me gustaría mediante esa más luminosa, de ser más dinámico en el sentido de que pueda hacer suficiente zoom para eventos así, pero también como zoom out en espacios más al momento de estar más cerca de la gente, sin tener que sacrificar luminosidad. Por ejemplo, ahorita tener el tiempo.
Pero es que entonces es otra cámara, ¿no?
Sí, está bien, súper bien. Pero funciona, o sea, la verdad es que
Ver respuestas, resultados.
Es que casi todos los que estaban aquí eran, o sea, como que nos dijeron a todos los del departamento que caigan y nadie vino.
Pero de hecho, es que no creo. Van a ser los alumnos que llegaron más a paro.
Ujú. La que estaba en alto.
Sí.
Ah, ya la saludé.
Es la que estaba acá cuando
Está bonito. Oh, se ve cute. Sí.
me acompañó. Bueno, nosotros los primeros que ya no son necesarios, pero faltan unos, faltan dos quizás.
Este, sí, porque todo el mundo nos dice que se están viendo los resultados.
Es que están, saben likes y eso, están pasando en esa parte. Yo creo. Es lo que asumo, no estoy seguro. 16. ¿Cuánto like?
Seguir pensando en cómo podemos ayudar a la traba en el tema de la conversión.
Yo creo que yo,
Que tenemos que ser más revueltos.
sí, no sé si me va. ¿Cuándo es? Ya, que la- que pasa es que por fin entre los dos es importante.
El nuevo
McLaren, Ferrari, Red Bull, RB, Sauber,
blanco,
Alpine,
Videoteca,
Williams, Mercedes, ¿en cuánto punto equipo?
ah, de los nuevos,
A ver, tengo otra. Falta oh, y el- sí, sé qué equipo es, o sea, en qué posición, no sé. Lo único que sacó así de cabeza. ¿No son 10? Ya. No, pues hasta ahí. Sí, porque estoy seguro, o sea, en qué punto de posición va, pero no me acuerdo ni colores. Ah, también van a sacar el Secret Santa, siempre sacan el Secret Santa. Los que todos los que pasan, sacan desde el de 14. Tú das las reglas, ¿no? Entonces, y Rosa es el representante de los pilotos conocidos. Y la tía, todo el mundo. Y algo de reglas, y eso, vez de decir, ya perdido el respeto por
O sea, ¿quién siempre lo toca?
ambos.
¿Quién?
Todos sí, respeto. Pues hablando sobre la pelea entre Rosario y Marx. Espero que no se calmen. Espero que sigan peleando y discutiendo. Es divertido ver.
Hombre,
¿Y si podemos?
bueno,
Pues sí, o sea, si quieres, o sea, digo, si quieres, la verdad, aquí puedes comer con nosotros digital. La verdad es, tenemos que publicar algo en Instagram.
¿cómo fue el propósito?
En Instagram.
Video.
No, aquí para el teléfono.
Eso no, no sé ya.
¿Ya?
No.
¿Sí? ¿Sí, no?
A los entrados.
¿Sí? Ah, ah. Está viendo la respuesta de Verstappen a la pregunta de por qué la chocolate está lisa. Que tú, claro, también son yo. Ahorita me acuerdo de la
con altura, ¿no?
tiene como tres sentados. Por ejemplo,